Okay, we'll continue, guys. There are around 170. It's okay, we'll start. Done? We'll start?
Yes, ma'am.
So in today's session, we'll be discussing about inheritance, exception, and packages. Packages have we already seen? You guys are aware of what is a package?
Yes, ma'am.
No, what we have executed so many programs, right, in different package. Access modifiers, have you used this concept? Did I show a demo?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Like a protected default, how it works within a package, outside a package.
Inheritance or interface, ma'am?
Okay, I'm so sorry. That should be interface. Thank you for correcting. We'll be first discussing interfaces, then you have exception and the packages. Packages, what I'll do is, I'll give you a scenario so that you will write a program and share your screen. And at last, we'll just brief out what if we have missed out any of the topics in package. Will that be fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so to start with interface, those who are already aware of what is an interface. Few are aware of it, right? Already, whatever the concepts we are discussing.
Ma'am, interface is used for achieving 100% instruction.
Okay, any other?
One class can implement more than one class can implement only one parent class.
More, could you please correct it? Please say if you
More than one child class can implement one parent class.
okay. Then
Ma'am, interfaces between two programs or two classes, between two packages.
okay. Any other
Ma'am,
definition?
with the help of interface, we can solve the problem of multiple inheritance in class.
Okay, very good.
Ma'am, in interface can only have public members. We don't use public keyword.
Okay, partially acceptable.
It supports the multiple inheritance, ma'am.
Okay.
So where's your abstraction?
These are the main key players we can say. Whatever the drawback we had in inheritance, which is the one we couldn't implement in a
Multiple inheritance.
multiple was not supported, right? So whenever we tried to do that, it was throwing an error to us. In other means, whatever the drawback we had from that, it could be overcome using your interfaces. In other words, I can say 100% abstraction. Whereas in abstract class, it was specifying I can have both abstract and non-abstract method also, right? Yes, did we see that example yesterday?
Yes.
In
Yes, ma'am.
abstract class, both combination could be there, and a partially implemented class can also be present. But that is not allowed in your interfaces. Okay, has someone specified if you want to achieve 100% abstraction, you can use the interfaces. What is abstraction then? 100% abstraction in the sense?
All the data.
All the data?
All the methods are strict methods.
Only method
Hiding.
signature is present,
Yes,
or hiding the internal implementation from the or whatever the details we have studied so far.
and
The same thing?
showing only the necessary information.
Exactly. So how do you define an interface?
behavior.
Yes, thank you.
It is the process of hiding a superclass behavior by implementation.
Yeah, directly we can't access it. The indirectly I'm telling you have to inherit, right? Yes. So whenever I'm discussing one problem or the program part, the demo part, you'll be having a clear picture of all the points, whatever we are specifying. In indirect ways, we are achieving is a relationship. Do you agree? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how do you define a class? We have a class keyword followed by the class name. So much is clear after almost we are in the ending state of part 2 Java, right? How do you create a class? Okay. So how do you create an interface? You'll be having the interface keyword followed by your
First name.
interface name, within which you will be having all so there is a set of rules specifying all the variables whatever you declare within your interface. By default it will be public static final. Fine. Please remember these two keywords are very important. By default, this is the default nature of it. Fine. Within my interface, how do you define an interface? Interface keyword followed by the interface name. That can be anything of your wish. Whatever the parameters or the variables you are declaring within the interface, by default it will be public static final, and the methods by default it will be public and abstract. So far, any doubts?
No.
Each and every method present in interface is abstract. That's why we have used that 100% abstraction.
Exactly. Exactly. Whereas in our abstract class, yesterday we had a combination of both the
Yes.
abstract class as well as a non-abstract class. It's like 0 to 100%. It could vary.
Yes.
Right, depending on whatever asked to implement, my abstract percentage will vary. But here I can say 100% because it is must and should that all the method should be an abstract. That's a rule we have. So obviously I'll have 100% abstraction, right? All the methods,
Yes.
I'm just providing a signature. So far, any doubts, guys? No?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So how do I have defined an interface now? So interface can have your methods or variables. So how do I use this method? Let me assume I have a method called display. By default, it will be public abstract itself, right?
Yes.
So I have to make utilization of this somewhere, right? So how do I use that? Or where do I use that?
We have to implement that interface.
So what is the keyword we are going to use there?
Implement.
Okay, implements is a keyword. So I'll have a class. Let's say demo. Implements your interface name. This is just an example I've given. It should be some valid name, okay? I'm just using the same thing. Within which, whenever you do this, by default, there'll be a compile time error specifying implement all the unimplemented method.
Yes.
Yesterday we have seen, right? In abstract, the same thing will be there. So that you can add the features and try playing around with the methods.
Yes.
Okay, this is one situation. I have an interface and I'm trying to, in order to inherit or in order to override, that is nothing but indirectly we are overriding it, right? By implements keyword.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm overriding the things. Okay, this is the first combination. Let's consider. In the same situation, this is your, I'll just change this to interface test. So your interface name is test. After that, you'll be having one more interface. Let's say this is test one. Fine. I have something like display one or display two, some of the additional features I have. So how can I add this feature? Okay, let me assume this as an add itself. So consider I have a test one interface and within which I have abstract method add. Along with this, I have one more requirement that I want display function also. Can I reuse this or am I going to add the new display here?
We can reuse it.
We can use
We can.
How do we reuse it?
Ma'am, I'm not getting what you said.
I mean,
Like
main
how?
class.
Okay, consider I have two interface, right? First interface name is test. Second interface name is test 1. So within test, within
church, but Johnny was a fellow brother believer. So
yeah, my requirement is I have a fine. Can I reuse it? My question was, can I reuse it?
Yes, we can extend test 1 to test 2, test 2 to test 1.
Exactly.
Implement
We can-
interface extends.
We can use the keyword extends followed by test, which means I am trying to retrieve all the details, whatever present in your test within your test 1. So when I show a demo, it will be more clear to you, okay?
yes.
Okay. Should I repeat this? Interface extending?
No,
Yes,
ma'am.
no? Fine. So interface and interface, it is of the same, right? See, how do you extend a class? A class I have two classes. If I want to implement something, a class extends one more class. In the same way, interface is going to extend it. If it is a different format, if I want to provide the complete implementation of it, you have to use a class followed by the implements keyword and whichever the interfaces you are willing to implement. Fine, so far good?
So, ma'am, I have one question.
Hmm?
As in multiple inheritance, as there were two parents and one child, so there is ambiguity issue. So here we have to means if there were two classes, then we have to create two interfaces and combine extend that interfaces, and after that we can implement to a single class.
Yeah, you can do that in demo. I'll show you. You can implement something like implements in interface, comma interface. There are different variations. I'll just show in the demo so that you'll be clear there. Okay. As of now, so much is clear. Sorry.
With interface extends, it's not possible.
Interface. This is not possible.
Extends keyword.
Okay, we'll try a demo. Oh, it is interface. You're asking here.
No, extends only.
Here.
Is it possible or not, ma'am?
Yes, it is possible. I'll show a demo so that you'll be clear. Okay.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Their class demo was implementing test 1 and test 2. So in the similarly, can an interface implement other two interfaces?
Yeah, I'll just show some combinations so that all your doubts will be clear. Okay, just give me 2 minutes. Let me consider I have an interface. Let me consider I have, if you see it, did something change? What is this? By default,
ma'am.
all the parameters or the variables will be
Font of I.
font of I, which means
It represents interface.
public static final. How do you use the final keyword usually in? I mean, final variable you will be defining in capitalize or something like that?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. Capital.
By default, it will take, if I'm not specifying explicitly saying that it should be a static or a final, by default, it is understood by the compiler that this line will be considered as public static final itself. Okay, if I don't specify also, it will be taken care. That point is clear?
Yes, ma'am.
No? Yes? Okay. Let me consider I have a public display method. Fine. Whenever
Yes.
I provided a body, it was throwing an error, right?
Yes.
Whether
Yes,
it
ma'am.
was the same situation in an abstract case?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it can be a combination of both abstract and a non-abstract method, right?
Yes.
No.
No, ma'am.
No. I'm
Only
asking in
abstract.
abstract thing,
Yes.
right? Not
Yes,
in
ma'am.
interface
In ab-
situation. Don't get confused. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
My question was related to abstract. So in that case, I
Yes.
can have a body. Here it is must and should. I shouldn't have it. Fine. I have one
Yes.
interface now. If I wanted to use this, let's have a mean. Okay, if I want to use this display method, I have to use the keyword, which is a keyword.
Implements.
Implements, ma'am.
Implement.
Implements.
Implement
Display.
Display.
Whenever
Display.
I do this, it is throwing an error. It is specifying add an unimplemented method, and I have added it. I'll just give a sysout statement over here. Okay, so how do I run this? In order to run, what are the things I should do?
Create object of interface demo.
New interface. After that, I'll be calling using the objects, correct? This is the normal way
Yes.
we use it, right?
Yes.
Display.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So hopefully this should run, right?
Yes.
Yes, it is working. Fine. The first situation is clear. I have an interface. So all the
Yes, ma'am.
variables will be by default.
Public
Final.
static final.
Static and
Final.
Final one.
Yeah, even if I don't specify also, it will be
Static.
static and final.
Yes.
Ma'am, so
And
while
your-
doing program, it is not necessary na, to means use a keyword of static final abstract.
Yeah, even if a developer forgets to do that, by default, it will be taken care by the compiler itself. Only in this case. Okay. So in order to provide the body of it or the content of it, depending on my situation, when I have a situation to extend that, I will be just using the implements keyword. I am providing the content of it. So one section is clear, right? Now we'll go with having two interface case.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me consider. I have one more interface. I have a add within which I'll be having, let me consider, a add function. Okay, the same something like this only we have seen, right? Now, my voice is not audible.
Audible.
Audible, ma'am.
Okay, probably you joined now.
Is
Audible,
audible,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yeah, thank you for the confirmation. We have an interface, first interface display, and then we have an add. Now, there is one particular customer. You have to, I'm just not to confuse you, I'm just giving very simple example. If you consider to the real life situation, there is a customer, let's say, their requirement is to display the, they want to perform some ad operation. Along with that, they want to display the result. Yes, in that case, I can extend it. One interface can be extended by another, just like your regular extends in the class. This is possible. Now, in indirect way, what are the different methods present in your interface add? Can anyone specify? What are the different
Add,
methods?
add, and display.
Display and
Yeah,
add.
display and add, right? Yes.
Ma'am.
Now,
Yes, ma'am.
instead of this, the line number 14, I will specify something like
Display comma add.
yeah, that could be also done. Display comma
Add.
It is throwing an error saying add the unimplemented method as usual behavior, right? If I'm extending that, obviously I have to specify the content of it, or I have to override the abstract methods. That's a default feature.
Yes, ma'am.
Should I repeat this part? Anyone is not clear?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am. Please
ma'am.
repeat.
Okay.
Ma'am, if we implement that display with interface demo, then by default it should have that method, add method, because it is already inherited with this add.
Exactly. We can just, instead of this, you can just call one, right? Add is enough. Since someone asked, I said I've just showed this demo. I'll repeat it, guys. Don't get confused. Okay. So whether extending or implementing was possible in your inheritance concept, extending more than one class, that was a drawback.
Yes.
Yes,
A class can extend only one class. That was the situation, right?
Yes.
If you recall the topics here,
Yes.
using the concepts of interfaces, we have overcome that. If you see here, you can implement a number of class by separating the class or the interface name with different commas. Fine, getting
Yes,
it?
ma'am. Yes.
So whenever you extend a particular interface, the rule specifies that, or the thumb rule we have that all its abstract method has to be implemented by your implementing class or the class from which you are trying to access all the details. Fine. So what if I say display implements display comma add? What are the different methods I have? I have display and add.
Display and
I have
add.
to provide the implementation or the body of that particular method in my interface demo. Fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay. Instead of yes.
So if we are like using inheritance property between two interfaces, then we can use this extend keyword. Is this optional or is it mandatory?
This extends
In
in
line number
9.
in line number 9, you
It
have
is mandatory.
okay
See,
between two
whatever the
interfaces
features
we
I
can
have in, two interfaces, I can use the extends keyword. If between interface and class, you're supposed to use the implements keyword.
okay. So in line number 9, we can't use implements keyword.
No.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just, so this thing you have to be clear. You have a class and a class. Combination of it I'm specifying. You have an interface and interface. So this concept you have to be very much clear. A class can extend a class. Yes?
Yes.
This we were already aware of this, right?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Similarly, your interface between two interfaces, if I want to reuse the code instead of creating one more new interface, reusing is always better, right? That's the main intention of
Yes.
all
Yes,
our
ma'am.
concept.
Yes.
So similarly, if it is between the interface and interface, I can extend as well. Fine. If it is between interface and class,
Implement.
you have to use a keyword, which is a keyword just now we used.
Implements, ma'am.
Implement.
Implements, ma'am.
Implements.
Opposite means implements, ma'am.
Yes, exactly. So that was my next point. If it is like same to same, your say a class and class, if there are similar type, you're going to use extends. Your interface and interface, it is one and the same, extends. If it is something like opposite combination, you are supposed to use implements keyword, like a shortcut to remember for you. Yes, if you remember this logic, you can implement things. You can play around with the code. This was better, right?
Yes, ma'am. Now
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So these are the different things we have. We'll see some of the important points. It contains the method signature and the constant declaration. Yes, interface will have both your, where is the key point we have written? Okay, we have variable and method. That's what the first point specifies. Yes, right? Method signature,
ma'am.
and we have some
ma'am.
constant. Whenever you declare a particular variable as final, that is nothing but your constant. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next point we have is method declared in interface are implicitly public and abstract. Yes, we are aware of that already, right?
Yes.
And your data fields will be implicitly public, static, and final. That is nothing but your constant.
Yes, ma'am.
Next point, the interface can extend more than one interface. Have you seen that example?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And next we have is class can extend only one class. So far we have seen the same thing, right? The class can extend only one class. That was a drawback,
Yes.
Yes,
which is
ma'am.
overcome by
Yes, ma'am.
using an interface concept.
Interface.
Then implements keyword is used to implement an interface. Yes, we saw a demo.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
An interface creates a type, hence its reference can be used to refer to the object of the class which implements the interface. This is nothing but I am doing the dynamic binding. What is dynamic binding, guys?
Runtime
Ma'am,
polymorphism.
Runtime polymorphism.
Exactly. Or overriding.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we doing the same thing in interfaces? Once it is implemented by a specific class, it is nothing but you are redefining. I just had a method signature and providing the implementation for the respective one.
Yes, ma'am.
So in Java 8, interfaces can also have default and static methods. So it is not discussed in your course, so just not worry, just be aware of that. Fine. The last point, since Java 8, your interfaces, what are the rules we have read so far is we can have only abstract method, right?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
So
Ma'am, what is
after-
this Java 8?
That's the different versions we are using.
Versions.
Yeah, like your Android versions you have, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Something like that. So it is not in your course. Just for the key point they have specified. See, it is specified. It is not discussed in this course. So not to worry much about it. Just for your knowledge purpose. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
please
Yes,
go
ma'am.
through the points once again, else you will not be clear. You have to try some program only, then you will understand things. Now you feel, yes, I have understood the concept. If I ask by end of the day or tomorrow, it will be vanished. So please practice
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
See, by default, the final constant variable will be like in capitalized. And by here, they haven't specified the abstract keyword, right?
Yes,
Add points and
Yes,
redeem
ma'am.
points. So by default, it will be taking up. It has an abstract. There is one sample example. You can go through it. Okay, there is a tryout. This is a very simple tryout. We have an interface called demo and the number we have initialized to 5. Interface is extending this situation we have already seen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so using a class, I can just directly use demo too. So what have we done in our case? We had two interfaces, display and add. Instead of this two, can I just specify add? Because add has both your display and add method, right?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Instead
Yes,
of
ma'am.
specifying two, I can just directly give add. So these are the different variations in which you can use this interfaces and the combination of the classes. So you have to practice it. Don't go for a complex program at the initial stage. Just write one or two simple method within that and try to extend, implement, which are the combination possible, which are not supported. You have to see that. Fine. Let me give one more thing. I have one more interface. Within which I have a public method. Name. let it be there. Can I specify like comma demo as well here?
No, ma'am.
Is that supported?
No, ma'am.
It's not possible in interface mode.
Right.
Is it throwing any error for me?
Yes.
Don't worry about line number 19.
No, ma'am.
No, it is not showing any error. Jenna.
Is it possible? It's fine, right?
Yes,
So it
ma'am.
is just because it is throwing add an unimplemented method called name. So once I add the method called name, it is fine.
You can write.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So this is possible. If the same question is asked in today's evening, connect means you would have answered wrong, right? Yes?
No, ma'am.
No?
Ma'am.
Okay.
Then can you explain this
Ma'am.
again?
The situation.
Ma'am, this is nothing but
Yes, ma'am.
hierarchy key, ma'am.
Sorry?
Hierarchy. This is nothing but this methods in abstraction. Inheritance, ma'am.
Yeah, you're
Multiple
asking about.
inheritance.
Yeah, exactly. Multiple inheritance. See, I have an interface can extend. Here I'm using the keyword extend more than one class at a same given point of time. Whereas in your class, can I do the same thing in class?
No, ma'am.
No,
No,
right?
ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
That is how you implement. So instead of specifying all this, now can I directly give add? So within add, which are the method present? I have display, name, and add. Right?
Yes.
Yes,
This
ma'am.
is one way. Or you can just specify add, comma, display, comma, demo. Yes, right?
So the class
Yes, ma'am.
which was not able to perform and extend from multiple child classes interface can do so.
Exactly. That is the point. Whatever the drawback we had in class, we cannot. Okay, let me give example here itself. Let me consider. I have a class A within which I had a public method name. Okay, let it be the same thing. Now I have one more class B. Let me consider I have one more class called C. How do I extend the feature? Using the extends keyword.
Extends keyword.
A comma B.
Can I use A, comma B? Whether this was supported so far to us?
No.
Error.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
It is specifying syntax error. This cannot be done. Whatever the drawback we had in the class, that is nothing but your multi-level or which was not supported. Can you please?
Multiple inheritance.
Exactly.
Multiple
Inheritance was not supported.
Multiple
This
parent
was the drawback which can be overcome by your interface. Am I able to do the same operation here using interface but not
Yes.
using class?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So clear now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Clear, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Yes.
good morning, ma'am. Actually, I have a doubt.
Yes, please.
Suppose A is an interface. So
This one.
can we create an object using new operator?
For an interface. You're
Yes, ma'am.
asking? Okay, let us try that.
I mean, interface does not have any body, no, ma'am.
Exactly. So what is your answer? It could be created, yes, no.
No.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No,
No,
ma'am.
not possible.
Okay, just for the clarification, we'll just do it. Always the demo gives a better thing, right? I'm trying to do it
Yes.
for display. So all these things you are supposed to try it. This is the last tryout. Anyways, this is the last day session, right? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Today we will complete Java part 2, ma'am. Is it so?
Yes, we'll be complete. Tomorrow morning we have hands-on. Afternoon we'll be having objective. It's like done for the day. We have just 3 topics. Within afternoon we'll be completing things. It's all about your performance time.
What are we having day after tomorrow?
Okay.
You'll be continued with rest of the things, I think.
MCQ test?
Tomorrow you have
DBMS.
DBMS probably.
Okay.
Okay.
So today and tomorrow, my job is done. It will be a different educator from Friday onwards, I think.
Phone.
Actually, this is sad.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, just perform well, guys. That will be the biggest thing. Tomorrow we'll get to know how many have understood part one and part two. Right?
Results are announced tomorrow only, ma'am.
Yeah, tomorrow you'll get to know. You'll get to know. Your batch owner will update everything. Some results will be very good, some results will be bad. Just be prepared for everything, okay?
Will they keep record of this mock test also?
Yes, yes, everything will be recorded. It will be recorded with your employee ID.
Okay.
How much time you're spending in legs, everything will be tracked. Yes?
Do we have negative marks in mock test also?
Okay, your batch owner will address you at 5 o'clock so that you'll be having all clarity, guys. Don't worry today.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are trying to create an interface. By default, it is overriding the display method again. If you observe that, did you observe it?
Yes, ma'am.
Even though we have given here, again, it is doing it once again. So it is like redundancy is more now. I'm repeating things.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So just don't worry about that part. Just avoid it. Fine? Yes, no? Okay. After that, we have an interface exercise. Please try to complete this now. I'll give you 10 to 15 minutes. It's a very simple one. So in the class diagram, tags is nothing but what is a tags? Class, constructor, method, what it is?
Interface, ma'am.
Interface. So what is this seller and purchase detail, that arrow,
Classes, ma'am.
dotted arrow mark?
Class
Okay,
even
fine,
subclasses.
classes. What that dotted line specifies?
Implements, ma'am.
Okay. Can you try this? I'll give you 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure, ma'am.
Did anyone complete it? At least you started.
Yes, ma'am. Completed with structure and initialization is remaining.
Okay. You need 10 more minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Done. completed? Anyone at least? Okay, how many more minutes you guys need?
Minutes.
Okay.
Ma'am, can I share my screen?
Yes, please. You have completed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're getting the accurate output, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What have you implemented in the method? Can you go to the method? Okay. Good one, Sana. Any others who have completed? What about others? None of you have completed or in the completing state?
Ma'am, try to fix the errors.
Okay, okay. Take your time, fix it fast. What about others?
5 minutes.
Okay. Naveen, can you share the screen? Randomly, I'll pick 2 people. Naveen, you're there in the session?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, can you please share the screen and show what is the status of your code?
Ma'am, yesterday I got Infosys laptop, ma'am. So I have problem in installing Eclipse, ma'am. So that's why I'm unable to write the code right now.
How about yesterday? Yesterday, in which laptop did you log in?
In yesterday private laptop.
You could have tried something, right? What did you do for half an hour then?
I'm just trying to download the Eclipse in the system.
Please
I
fix
asked
things
ma'am.
and don't waste time. You're supposed to do all those things during your other time, right? In the session, you're supposed to do the allotted thing.
Yes, ma'am. Completely,
Try
ma'am.
completing.
Just for 5 minutes I will.
Hello.
Yes?
Can I show my screen?
Yes, please. Okay, run it. Where's your output? Getting the proper one?
I'm getting it, but I have doubts. There is an error that is contact. How is it?
There is some errors, right?
Yes.
Okay, what is that? I'll just mouse over it. I'm not able to see anything. Mouse over it. Okay. What is the value of calculate tax? Where have you initialized that? And price? In interface line number 4 and 5. You have to give a value to that, right? Have
Yes,
you given somewhere initialized?
No, ma'am, I think that there is initialize of purchase details tab calculate tax.
Okay, wait, total purchase. Just mouse over that in 4 and 5 line. You're not getting any, whenever you mouse over, it is not displaying some details and not able to see anything. Mouse over it in line number 4, whatever the error you're getting, like a bulb and X mark.
Already mouse over.
Sorry?
Mouse over.
No, your cursor is there. Just place in line number 4 where you can see the bulb thing, yellow color and X mark. You're placing?
Yes. Network error, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, no, I'm not able to see. Whenever your mouse over, I'm not able to see.
Can I stop and then reset?
Yeah, please.
See, ma'am.
Yes, now please place your mouse in line number 4 on that bulb symbol I'm telling.
Bulb symbol.
Yeah. Okay. Initialize final field calculator at declaration. You have to initialize it. What is the value given in the question paper? Did you read the question paper fully?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the value they have asked to initialize? What is the value, guys, they have asked to initialize? Others respond.
1.
Which value, ma'am?
The value of in the interface, whatever he's facing problem in, line number 4 and 5. Try fixing that.
They said create to method.
What are you doing there? Is it a method?
That is a variable. Variable.
How a method should be? With the open bracket and closed bracket, and it is accepting a parameter price with the return data type as double, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So convert that to a method, na? Open plain open parenthesis and close it.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, you should read the question paper first.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. Any others? Completed? Okay, Harshad. Getting the proper output?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good one. Others? Anyone?
Ma'am, I'm getting error in calculate tax method only.
Why? What error you're getting? That will be a very minute mistake itself. Just try to fix it. Others?
Ma'am, getting an error, trying to fixing it.
Okay. You can take break of 20 minutes, guys. By then, try to fix all your errors. Okay, we'll continue. We'll just revise the interface once and we'll continue with the exception topic at 11 o'clock. Fine? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, someone asked something. Any doubts?
Ma'am, I have a doubt. I have an error.
Okay. Yes, please share your screen.
Here, ma'am.
Okay, mouse over it, line number 66 on the text mark, what it is saying. At least mouse over your seller.
Ma'am, it shows like explicitly you have to mention the constructor, super constructor, like.
I didn't get your point.
Ma'am, it shows the error like you have to mention the constructor of the above constructor, the purchase details inside implicitly or explicitly you have to mention the constructor details inside this thing. It shows the error like this.
I'm not, error has been not displayed to me. While sharing the screen, did you give screen 1?
No, ma'am.
Please give screen 1 so that whatever you share, everything will be visible to me.
Okay, ma'am. Implicit super constructor purchase details is undefined. Must implicit explicitly in your another constructor.
Okay, in QP, whether they have said to implement that?
Ma'am?
In question paper, was that mandatory to class a superclass constructor called your superclass 1?
No, ma'am.
No, yes?
I
Not
can't
sir?
understand the question.
Okay, in your class diagram, whatever you're trying to implement, they have specified purchase details. That is your, for the purchase detail class, there has to be a constructor, whether you have done it.
Yes, ma'am, that is mandatory, ma'am.
Yes. Whatever given in question paper, you have to implement it. And the order in which it is given, that is also important, guys. Okay, please do the respective changes and try compiling it. Hopefully that will be fixing things.
Ma'am, I have done with. Can I share?
Sorry?
Thank you. I have done. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Just a moment, I'll share my screen. The class diagram is shared?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, see here in we have two classes, right? Purchase details and seller. Within that, the first parameter should be a purchase ID, next the payment type and the tax percentage. It has to be in the same order whenever you're doing in your hands-on. The order shouldn't mismatch. First your payment type is coming, after that your tax, and then purchase ID. Please follow the same set of rules. For the evaluation, in the background, they'll be writing according to one in which the same order has been read. This order is very important. First, you should have a constructor for purchase detail. After that, get payment type, set payment type. Please make sure the spelling mistakes shouldn't be there. Okay, the P is caps in payment. It has to be followed. The order of the setter and getter, it has to be same as specified in your QP. Please follow that rules, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So we'll quickly revise like the interface. What are the key things we have seen so far? After that, we'll start with the exception. So interface, it is also called as a reference type or a reference type in Java. It uses 100% abstraction, no doubt in that, right? In this, any doubt? Why?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Say
No, ma'am.
100% abstraction.
No
After that, okay, multiple inheritance, whatever the drawback we had, we can implement it. In indirect way, I am enforcing or signing a contract with the implementing class that you have to provide implementation to all my methods. Yes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. The main keyword here is implements. So we have seen one of the, if a class is trying to inherit features, what is the keyword we are going to use? If a class want to inherit features from one more class.
Extends.
Similarly, an interface want to inherit all the features from one more interface. At that time
Then
also
also
Implements.
extends, guys, don't get confused. If it is a different, if from interface I'm trying to retrieve some details, that time it will be
Extends.
Implements. Implements,
just
ma'am.
draw up in a paint. We have just drawn it, right? It is, my system got restarted, hence it is gone. Please be clear with those 3 key points. Fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Next, we'll start with exception. What is an exception? What is an exception, anyone?
Ma'am, the runtime error we are facing.
Okay.
It's kind of error.
Example?
Null pointer exception, then
Okay.
index out of bound exception.
It's an event which stops program execution.
Okay, normal flow of the program or execution of the
Terminate the
program
program.
will be stopped once an exception is occurred.
Yes.
Yeah, array index out of bound. Though you guys got it from here or you guys are already aware of it? Just a moment. Lex is slow today. Okay. So as we know, two kind sample example they have just specified here. Int z is equal to x by 0, where your x by y, where y is 0. Whenever I try to divide a particular number by 0, that will be called as your arithmetic exception. Or let's consider I have initialized value of I has 3, which means the size of an array is 3.
Yes, ma'am.
So if the size of an array is 3 and I'm trying to access the 5th or the 6th element, yes? Any doubts, guys? Shall we continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let me consider I have given the value of I as 3 and in the next line I'm trying to access the 10th element or the 20th element. Is that possible?
No, ma'am.
So that time it will be throwing array index out of bound exception. So exception is nothing but whenever a normal flow of your program is being interrupted due to some unexpected situation or unavoidable circumstances. That you call it as an exception. So it can be in 2 types. So exception get generated mainly in 2 ways. One is automatically, okay. Okay, first thing is automatically by compiler or the JVM when an exception situation is detected or it has occurred. So one thing is JVM will take care of it if there is certain situation. What is the other way is manually a programmer can handle the situation. There are 2 circumstances. One, JVM will take care or the user or the programmer, we can say developer will be taking care of it. Next, we'll see what are the different types of exception we have. We have 2 kinds, checked and unchecked exception. Clear? In exception, we have 2 kinds. One is checked and unchecked exception. So what is this checked exception is? all the exception other than the runtime exception, as you guys specified, an exception is nothing but it will be occurring at the runtime, right? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
So other than your runtime, whatever the exception is occurring, that will be your checked exception. Okay. Some of the example is SQL exception, input output exception. These are the different situation. Unchecked exception. So these are the exceptions that are executed or which will come into picture at the runtime. So some of the example is arithmetic, null pointer exception, array index out of bound exception. Fine, checked and unchecked we have. Clear with this?
Ma'am, hello.
Yes.
Take exception occurring while the syntax error time something.
Syntax error?
Yes, when we have syntax error when we write a program.
Your voice is very low. Can you please make sure that I am not able to hear properly, Shubham?
I said, ma'am, sometimes we have a syntaxical error. So that time also have a
that will come under your checked exception itself. See, compiler checks them during the compile time. Whatever the thing we have seen so far, right?
Yes.
That will be your checked exception itself. At the compiler, during the compile time, it will cross check whether can I support this or not. So multiple inheritance is supported using the classes. So that can you consider it as an example for checked? It will be checking at the compile time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So whatever the errors you guys shared your screen, ma'am, I'm facing error in line number 5 or 6. That will be considered a simple example for your checked exception. Fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Unchecked exception, please mute yourself. Krunal, you have any doubt? Okay. So unchecked exception, this exception will not be checked at your compile time. Hence, it will come into picture during your runtime. So clear with compile time or runtime exception, checked and unchecked. Fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Mute yourself when you are on call.
Can't.
Okay, here they have given a small example. If I perform a divide by 0, I will just go through the theory and then go for the practical. If I perform a particular number, int I is equal to 10 by 0, this is how the message will be displayed to us. Okay, divide by 0. If you see this, if a very beginners is that they will not understand what it has been displayed. So it is a better way if I provide some a neat description about a detail or meaningful detail I'll provide so that user can understand it.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay, so you guys know what is an exception now. So the method of handling or the way or a formal way in which you handle that exception is called as exception mechanism. Remember, this is one more keyword, exception handling. The way in which or a formal way in which you will be handling whenever the exception is going to occur, that is called as exception mechanism or exception handling, you can say. So let us take the same example. I'll create one new in D4. Within my main, let me consider int I is equal to 10. I'm trying to perform a simple operation. Int j equals I by divided by 0. So is it a checked or unchecked? Guys, you're with me?
Unchecked.
Checked exception.
Okay, how do you justify it?
It's
Divided by 0.
divided by 0, I am aware of it, but at the checked exception, as of the theory, it will throw an error, right? Is it throwing any error here?
If it is a
Runtime exception, ma'am.
Yeah, it is an runtime or an unchecked, I can say. So I'll just try to print this detail of J.
Oh, yes.
It is giving something like divide by 0 exception in thread main some details. For a very basic person, if same thing has been displayed, probably it will be difficult to handle. So we have a formal way in which we can handle this exception. Okay, we'll see what are the different ways in which we can deal with it. So far clear? This is the same thing whatever we have seen in the Lex also, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Exception handling, we already saw that runtime errors shows a particular or whatever the exception it is been displayed, or the way in which we are processing and handling this exception is known as exception handling or exception mechanism, you can say. Or more user friendly information or a meaningful information I wanted to provide to the user so they can fix it. Okay, this is the main concept behind exception handling. So let's see how formally we can do that. Please bear with it. It is not responding.
In the tomorrow's exam, everyone will use that Lex platform or whatever the platform which will be provided. So it will take lots of time to execute the program because Lex is also taking lots of time while execution.
Yes. Hopefully, this will not be the case tomorrow. We'll hope for the best. Sometime it will be not as responsive as your Eclipse. It will take some time. Okay.
Ma'am, can we do like that? We can copy paste our code and try to execute in Eclipse, and if it will be correct, then we'll paste again it in.
That is not allowed, I think. Your batch owner will be specifying you. You can't copy paste things like that. Okay, you are supposed to do on the respective forum itself.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, whatever extent you have completed, that will be considered. Don't worry, guys. Your batch owner will address you at 5 o'clock today.
Only from the wish is it should be fast only.
Don't worry, you'll be having enough time. You can just complete it.
Ma'am,
Yes.
LexP is working for me.
Okay, I'll try it once again. If not, we'll do some alternative. Yes, it is fine now. Okay. So if you see here, we are studying about exception, right? So which is the superclass of an exception?
Throwable.
Yes, so throwable. In other words, throwable, we have a superclass for throwable as well. Or in Java, if you consider for everything, we have a superclass, one superclass. Who is that?
Object.
Object. Yesterday's session we have seen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So exception, whatever we are dealing with, that is extending a throwable. Fine. We have checked and unchecked exception represented in different shades. So class not found IO, that is your input output exception, that will be categorized into checked. Rest of the thing arithmetic, array index out of bound. There are many things you will be learning additional details in Java 11 Essential and beyond basics. This is just like a brush up to you. It's a very basic foundation to you. Okay, just be aware of this. Fine. Yes,
Okay,
no, you have to go through the topics, not
Yes,
just
ma'am.
listening
Yes, ma'am.
here. Try out few examples. Only then you will get a better understanding, guys. Okay. Before going to this is the same thing. They have given one more example. Let me try to do that. Let me consider I have an array int AR. So how do I declare an array? Could you help me? What are the changes should I do in this? Int
Data type
then
with
square
RNA.
bracket,
Okay.
square bracket, then
That
ARR
RNA
equal to curly braces and initialization whatever the elements.
Okay. Here directly I'll provide 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What is the size of an array now? ARR.
3.
3, ma'am.
In my sysout statement, I'll try to retrieve the 10th element.
Array index out of the.
So how
Yes.
can I access the
Exception.
10th element present at index 10?
ARR
ARR square bracket
not-
and 10.
10 index number.
It
Array
will
out
raise
of
an
box
exception.
index.
Yes.
Okay. This is happening because whichever the exception encountered first. So line number 8 is encountering first, right?
Yes.
So divide
Yes,
by
ma'am.
0. It is still printing the same thing because whenever an exception occurs in a program, rest of the lines will that be executed or it will not be executed?
It will not
It
execute.
won't
It
execute.
will not be executed. It will
Program
be
terminated.
Yes.
here itself. Fine. So in which line should I provide this? Or I'll try commenting this too.
Commenting out. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Array index out of bound exception.
Fine.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you can just uncomment this and try to give this line first so that this will be given a priority, whichever exception occurs first. Yes. Any doubt?
In SISO statement, we need to remove 10.
Yes. We are discussing like how to handle this, right? How it will be displayed, how betterly we can deal with it. If I remove 10, that will be working. So what are the valid ranges I can give here?
1 to 3.
Yeah. If
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just give this will be the valid part, right?
Yes,
Just by chance, if a
Three.
developer. Okay, 3 can I give?
No, ma'am.
Zero,
No, ma'am.
1 to 3.
1 to
0, 1 to
2, ma'am.
0, 1 to
0, 1, 2 only. Yeah.
indexing starts from 0. No, it will print 3.
Yes. Working
Yes.
fine?
Yes.
So whenever by mistake, if a developer is trying to do some operation that is out of bound or that situation is resulting in providing an exception, how betterly we'll handle it. That are the topics we are discussing. Here the same example is being given using the loop that will be resulting in what exception?
Runtime exception.
Runtime exception.
Runtime exception.
So a solution for this is we have to use a try-catch block. Okay, we call this as a try-catch block. Fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
What
ma'am.
is this try and what is this catch? So whatever the line of code that is going to throw an exception or where exception is going to occur, we will write that or enclose within the try block. Fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, a try block has to be followed by a catch block. Try is the one in which where your exception occurs. Okay, try is the one or the set of statement where your exception will be occurring. So if an exception is occurred, I have to handle it, right? It has to be handled by someone. So that will be
Yes.
done by your catch block.
Yeah.
Catch is a keyword, try is also a keyword. Exception type, we have seen so many exception types, right? Array index, out of bound,
Arithmetic.
followed by
Yes.
object. Clear with the syntax?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're clear. I'll be enclosing the set of statement, whichever it is going to throw an exception in try block. In order to handle that, I'm using a catch block. We have a small tryout. So tell me in Eclipse, so which is a set of line I'm supposed to include within my try block?
11.
I'll just give try, control and space bar. It will give try catch block. I'll just give here. So what are the set of statement I'm supposed to give?
12 and 13.
Only sits out there.
Sits out only.
Yes.
Fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the exception we are going to accept here? This is array.
Array out of bound.
Array index out of bound.
Right?
Bound exception.
I'll explain what it is. Yes, index 10 out of bound for length 3. So this is better than that. We
Yes.
don't
Yes.
have all like red warning so that you'll get scared what is going on.
Ma'am, we can throw manual what we can say manual exceptions.
User defined, you mean?
Yes, user defined
Yes,
exceptions.
that will be the next topic, the last topic of exception. You can do that also. This is already provided by the environment. We are just making use of this, right?
And ma'am, every time do we have to remember that exception types?
Array index out of bound, something like this, you mean?
Yes.
We have a generalized, before that, if you see, we have something called exception. There are different kinds. If you give exception, it is a most generalized one. So this will take care of everything. In specific, if I wanted to give, I'll be giving specific one.
Yes.
Okay, there are
That
any
exception
kinds.
includes everything. No?
Yes, something like generalized, we can say.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we'll go step by step. So we are being displayed with some details. So user will be feeling better. Like, okay, something has gone wrong. They will just cross check, okay, what is the array index maximum size I have and whatever I'm trying to access. I can get fixed things done here. So clear with the try block, the statement, whichever that is going to throw an error that you'll be enclosing within a try block. A try should be followed by a catch block. I'll try commenting this line. It is throwing an error.
Yes, ma'am.
It is specifying insert finally to complete try statement. Either try has to be followed by a catch or a finally. Finally, we'll see at the end of the session, okay? As of now, just be clear with that. A try has to be followed by a catch.
Yes.
Yes, try block should be always followed by a catch block. Done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next topic. Okay, it loaded. We can have multiple catch blocks. We have seen only single catch block, right? As of now.
Yes.
See, try followed by, we can have n number of catch blocks. That is allowed. Fine, we'll see a demo of that. So followed by this, I'll write catch exception within which I will give a simple sysout statement. So which has to be executed now? Can you guess it when I run? Whether I'll get the index 10 out of bound for length 3 or exception will be printed.
Index 10 out of
Index 10.
I think.
Why so?
First one.
To match that exception, ma'am.
Okay, it is throwing the
Not
same.
exception. Not exception.
Okay, thank you. Then, okay, one more thing I wanted to specify is, let me consider I am having one more situation, the same one, int I is equal to 10 by, okay, in this case, what will be the output?
Exception, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Exception.
Automatic X. Oh, first, yes, exception. Ma'am.
Exception. Why? Because it will check with the first line we are encountering is line number 10. Okay, an exception has occurred, it will check for the respective catch. Whether it is matching, we have arithmetic exception here.
No,
No.
So it is array indexed out of bound. It is not matching. Then it will go to the generalized one. Yes, it can handle anything. Fine. Now I'll try giving one more catch block within which I'll specify arithmetic. Guys, someone has unmuted yourself. Please mute Naveen.
yes, ma'am.
Now we are getting
Yes.
this one, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So clear how the match happens? Something like your switch case, can you relate to? Whenever
Yes,
error
ma'am.
occurs, it will cross check with, okay, which is the matching situation. If nothing works, it will be like navigating to the default one. Exception is your generalized one, which can deal with most of the things. Done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in one more alteration, I'll do it here. So whenever I chose this exception has a second catch block, it is throwing an error. So let's see, unreachable catch block for arithmetic exception. It is already handled by the catch block for exception. What does it specifies?
It will start from first line, madam. That's why.
Okay, like
Sub and super class. That's why.
Yes, ma'am. Sub and super class.
Exception is super most.
yeah, it should be like from most specific to least specific, right? Or okay. If you have confusion in that, it's like a superclass and a subclass, you can just link it to. So exception is dealing with everything. After that, if I specify one more method which is already present, it is of no use, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So always whenever you're giving the catch thing, it has to be from least specific, that is individual to the one who is handling everything. Yes, understandable? Finding it difficult?
Ma'am,
Yes.
along with this try and catch block, can we put can we print a possible output?
In the catch block, you mean?
Not
Or in the
catch
try?
block, out of catch block, out of catch
Yeah,
and try.
your regular set of code can be followed by it.
Okay, this is a benefit of using try and catch block, right? Like if you won't
Exactly.
use this, it will show error.
Exactly. Like if I don't enclose the number of the lines which is going to throw an error to me, like prior we have just seen an output with all red warning, right?
Yes.
You'll be getting like that. In order to display the result or whatever the abnormal behavior of your program, in a formal way, we are displaying to the end user. Clear, Sana?
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, clear.
Okay, fine with the multiple catch blocks?
Yes.
Okay, the same thing they have done here, arithmetic exception, then we have exception and array index out of bound. So the order in which you are placing is also very important. This could be one of the key for your MCQs. Then we have something called finally block. We know about try, we are done with catch, and multiple catch is also we are aware of it. Then we have something called finally block. So what does this finally block is? Regardless of whether a program in your given program an exception has occurred or not, this finally block will be executed. That is a behavior of your finally block. I'll repeat again. Regardless of whether an exception has occurred in your program or not, this finally block will be executed. Fine. We'll try the program. Any doubt in the explanation?
No, ma'am.
Which is same as switch case in default, ma'am?
Default, if none of the things has matched, only then the default will be working. Even here, even this error is not at all occurring. Let me consider here. Okay, I'll just show a demo itself. Finally, Okay, we have a finally within which I'll give a simple statement saying okay, in this case, what will be the result? Can anyone specify before running it? So finally, theory, whatever we read is, regardless of whether the exception has occurred or not occurred, finally block will be executed. So what can be the output of this?
Java exception.
Array,
Java
array
exception.
index out of bounds and Java exception. Maybe.
Array index out of bound is the very first line it is encountering.
No.
No.
That is
Arithmetic.
divide by 0.
Okay, we'll see.
Divide by 0 followed by
Java exception.
Divide by
Divide by
0
zero,
followed by Java exception.
Yes.
Oh, yes,
Why?
ma'am.
Because at the line number 10, it is the first exception occurring is divide by 0 itself, right? That is your arithmetic exception. It will be caught here. And hence your sysout statement will be displayed. After that, yes, there was an exception, I have caught it. Regardless of whether an exception occurred or not, regardless of that, your finally block, whatever the contents you have provided within the finally block, it will be executed. Now, let me, yes,
Finally block is optional, right?
yes.
Or is it compulsory? Okay.
Yeah, it is optional. There is no mandate. It should be implemented, but a try has to be followed by a catch or a finally. That is mandatory.
Yes.
Ma'am, without catch, we can write finally, ma'am.
Yes, that is also possible. I'll show an example. So in this situation, whether an exception will be occurred, I have made few changes now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Array index out of bounds.
No, ma'am. Only Java exception will be there.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
It is valid now. I'm doing some valid operation, right?
Yes.
Fine.
Yes.
Within system.out.println, it is printing what is the index present at 1. Yes, that is 2, followed by finally Java exception. Regardless of whether an exception is occurred or not, you can perform certain set of action, or you have some important notification to be given to the end user or an important message you can provide within your finally, because finally block will be executed. Regardless of whatever happening in your program. Once you run it, yes, it will be executed. Clear with finally?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Like similar to that of your static block, it is like just like we are using finally keyword, that's it. There is no method or constructor, something like that. It is just a finally block. Done?
Ma'am, does the sequence of this finally block matters?
You mean I want to give this finally somewhere in between the catch?
Is it possible?
It is throwing an error. Fine?
Yes.
All this, okay, please, okay, now what I'll do is, I will just comment all this. Now, is there any error throwing before when I just had one try and one catch? It was throwing an error when I commented one catch block, right?
Yes.
A try can be followed by a finally, or a try can be followed by a catch. If both try and finally, catch and finally is not there, it will throw an error. Okay, either catch or finally has to be present.
Or condition.
Fine?
Yes.
Anyone want me to repeat this? Day by day, the response is decreasing. Right? The topics are confusing or what?
No. It is little bit like similar switch statement, right, ma'am?
Somewhat to like not exactly. You can link between that. Like whenever an exception occurs, it will be checking for which is the most suitable case for me. If it is matching, the respective body will be executed. If not, the generalized, if you're specifying, if the programmer is specifying it, that will be matched. After that, your finally will be Mandatorily, it will be executing. And yes, we'll move to the next one.
Yes, hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, actually, one time in interviewer asked me one question: what is the finalize, and finally? So, what is meant by finalize? Yes, what is meant by finalize?
We have, what are the keywords we have studied so far?
Finally.
Final, have you studied?
Yes. Yes.
Finally, just now you studied?
Yes.
Finalizer, you'll be studying in garbage collection. Don't worry now. Okay.
Okay. Just ask me because of the interview asked.
You after the interview, by end of the day, you should get the answer, sir. You have to Google it and get it now.
Okay.
You have not cleared the question till now. Like whenever you attend any interviews, it is your responsibility. Whatever you haven't answered by end of the day or immediately after giving that interview, you should just brush up. Okay, what did I miss out? Finalizer will be using in garbage collection. Don't worry as of now. So clear with finally block?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, so far.
This and finally try out. Please do try this. Okay, one more thing I wanted to say here is you can have a try block within a given try box. So that will be your like your nested if. Can you relate to that? Yes.
That's not.
I can have a try within it again. So let me consider I am I don't want this part to be executed here. Okay, why it is throwing an error? Please. Yes.
Edge block, ma'am.
Yes. So now tell me what will be executed.
Some exception occurred.
Some exception occur and find Java execute.
Some exception occurred in Java. Yes.
As you said, it is working. So immediately, whichever exception is, it will try for the very first catch block. So there are many ways in which you can play around with a try catch, which you can expect in your objective. So please try this very carefully. Okay, nested try is also fine. A try block followed by multiple catch is also fine. You should know the order of the exception in which you are specifying, that is in your catch block, from most specific to least specific. Finally, you can use as well. Fine. There are a number of combinations. Please try out some example with a basic one. Don't go with the complicated. Just something like this. Very simple. Divide by 0, array index out of 1. Okay.
Block in the try.
Inside try.
Yes. No, first try block.
Here, this part you want.
Below the catch. Below the catch. Yes.
Here, after this.
Yes, yes.
Error. Some exception first. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am.
So you will be having a number of questions. Whatever the rest of the questions you have, please try out and get it clarified. Okay, we'll finish it up. The rest things done? Yes, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Next, we'll be learning something called a keyword throw. Okay, we'll be using something called throw. Why throw is used is in order to throw an exception explicitly. The keyword throw itself implements that we are throwing something. What are we throwing? We are throwing an exception. So syntax for that is throw keyword followed by a new keyword, whatever the exception class you wanted to specify, and what is the error message you are going to display. Clear with the syntax? Throw keyword?
Yes,
ma'am.
Okay, in program, you'll help me to make the changes using throw keyword.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just remove this inner try and the catch and final. Okay, this was our previous scenario, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now tell me, how do I throw an exception? You have seen the syntax now.
Yes. In try we have to use throw.
Okay, here you wanted me to use throw followed by
Object new, maybe.
yeah.
And exception.
Let's say what
Divide by
exception?
zero
We'll
exception.
consider one exception.
Arithmetic.
Exception.
Divide by zero.
Arithmetic exception.
And followed by user defined what exception.
Divided by 0.
Something like this.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see what will be the output now. What is happening?
In arithmetic exception, it is catching that throw.
Catch block.
But divide by 0, it is returning, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Why?
We can create class of a without your try and catch block. We can use it.
Okay, it is not writing. Just give me a moment. We are using a superclass. Divide by 0 not possible is the one we are supposed to get it. Where are we missing? Okay, no example is there. Just give me a moment. I'll just fix this.
Make that score simple. Only try and catch it.
Nobody, no much catch is needed. Okay, I'll remove all this.
Yes, only one catch will be.
Okay, instead of this, I'll just give the generalized one. Let's see what happens.
Exception only. It will work.
No.
Madam, I think this 12th line you have to give in 10th line only.
There is throw yes. This out statement not needed for a throw keyword.
This out I have commented, no?
E dot get message.
I've commented.
Ma'am, instead of exception, arithmetic exception, we can provide exception. Only.
Yeah, correct.
generalize.
No, even that is not working.
And without try and catch block, it works.
Without try and catch. Okay, see here, one more example. I have just tried it out. This is a user-defined related, but you can relate it here. I'm checking if I is less than 10.
Ma'am, that why you commented that try?
Try and catch because I've given you here throws. Throws is the
Okay,
next
okay.
keyword
Yes,
which we'll
yes,
be
yes.
learning. Okay?
Runtime.
It is the other way of handling.
Yes.
Fine. Here, this is nothing but a user-defined exception, or you can specify your own exception. Here, I have defined an exception, and I'm trying to override your superclass message. Whatever the message I'm specifying here, I'm just passing it to my parent or a base class. Yes. Yes. No.
Yes,
Ma'am,
Invalid input.
when
Invalid
we are
input.
using throw, then there is no need to use catch.
No, this is because I have used throws keyword. Whenever you are using throw, you can use a try catch. See here, if I
Okay.
remove this, see, this is also a different way. I'll comment this section. You can observe it. I'm not getting anything. Throws, please remember the difference between throw and throws. Throw is used to manually throw an exception. Whereas your throws keyword is used to, let's say in this particular set of program or in my specific set of code, I just feel that what are the different exceptions that is going to occur. In order to specify that, I'll give user defined exception followed by your, you can give any number of exception here. Arithmetic exception, comma, array, index out of bound exception. Fine. This is the other way to deal with that. Throws keyword. Confused?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, that throws used to handle compile time errors.
Throws, okay. Throws is, yeah, somewhat you can say to handle the compile time error.
Yes.
Why? Because I just feel like in my set of code, I'm checking something an invalid value, right?
Right.
Like a user
Yes.
shouldn't enter the value that is less than 10.
Yes.
If something like this or divide by 0, or you can take the array index out of bound. If in a set of code, I feel, okay, this is where I feel my code is not confident, it may throw an exception.
Yes.
At that time, you can use the throws keyword. Throws keyword you're supposed to use only within a method signature.
Yes.
Okay, you cannot use a throws keyword here.
But
Fine?
ma'am, this try and catch is correct. It should work.
Yes.
Ma'am, there in catch user defined exception
Which one?
previously.
Exception demo here.
Yes, user throw we are throwing user defined exception. Also catch user defined exception. In catch.
In this one.
In the parenthesis of catch.
Okay, now it is working. What did we miss out in this program? It is not working. The same thing we have written, user defined exception, fine. E dot get message, true new exception, throwing it. Divide by 0, it is getting the default one. Okay, I'll check this and let you know, okay, why this is not working. Have you missed out anything? Is there anyone that could find and something variation in here?
Ma'am, can we try writing throws in the method?
Throws in the method, yes, that is what we said here. Throws in any method you're asking?
Like in previous
Yeah,
one.
this is what, right? Throws can be used only within your method signature. That's it. You cannot use throws here. It was throwing an error, right? Yes?
Yes,
Can I
ma'am.
use throws with the keyword or inside the method? No, right? You're getting confused with throws and throw, is it?
No, ma'am, as you're showing out like in, I think, demo exception dot Java, in class demo exception Java. There it is necessary, like here also we can mention throws, I'm asking, like in method 6.
In this here, line number 6. Yeah. I know it will be very confusing. Hereafter, upcoming topics will be even more confusing. You have to get used to it. Okay, just give me 5 minutes. I'll just fix this around. By then, can you please practice it? Practice any of the exception thing? We just have user defined exception. After that, followed by package. Package, anyways, you will be implementing, right? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just give me 5 minutes, okay? I'll just check why is this not working. Fine?
Okay.
Okay guys, we'll continue. I just tried the different one that is working, but I'll just show you how. I just tried this without the try catch. The screen is shared? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, within a main, I created a validator. Here I have a validator. I'm checking whether the age is, a person is able to vote or not. What is the parameter I'm passing?
13.
13 is less than 18, it will be true.
Yes.
I'm trying to throw an arithmetic exception and a simple message, person can't vote. If not, a person can vote and cannot vote accordingly. So if we run this, yes, it is working fine. Yes, I'm able to retrieve the same message, whatever I'm using the throw keyword. Yes, is it the same message? Person can vote.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Or any of the messages you can change around and play it around with.
Yes.
So throw you will be using within the method, whereas throws you are supposed to use
With main method. With
Main method.
with not just the main method, with the method signature. It could be any
Yes,
method, nah?
Yes.
Not
With
a
method.
main
Yes.
itself. Don't stick on to that. Generalized you have to always be with.
Yes.
Fine. So here differentiating between throws and throw and throws, if you want to specify, throw will be always used to explicitly throw an exception. Yes?
Yes.
I'm throwing an exception manually. So hence I will be using within the method. So throws I will be using with a method signature. It could be any method. So more than one exception I can specify, as we have already seen, by specifying comma, right?
Yes.
Okay, you can specify any number of the exceptions here. Why do I specify this? Because, okay, at one particular point of time, I feel my code is not going to work well, or it is like suspicious, or the exception may occur. At that time, you can include this other different way in which I can handle my code at the compile time. At the runtime, rest of the things will be taken care. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, the last concept is user defined, which is not there. It's been excluded actually. Just briefly, I'll tell you what is an user defined exception. Fine.
Yes, ma'am.
It is not there. If you don't want, I'll not do it. If you want to just brief out, I'll do it. You guys want?
Ma'am, can you please explain again this throw and throws keyword? It is creating confusion.
Okay. So throw keyword, it is used to explicitly throw an exception. I want to throw an exception here. Fine, I am checking some value here. I feel, okay, this user will be entering some default values. Let's say this is a parameter in which we are retrieving the details from the user. Let's say age. You have an online application form. By mistake, user has entered, let's say 70, 90 or 13 or 12. For the voter validator, if you consider. So at that time, I have to cross check, right, whether the person's age is within the age limit or any of your government jobs, if you consider, right? There'll be an age limit.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Same scenario you can sync this with. I'll be cross-checking using your if condition. After that, if a user is entering some invalid value or the age range, I am trying to throw an exception. That is nothing but explicitly or manually user wants to throw if there is certain situation or they are trying to cross the frequencies, I have to throw an exception. The syntax for that is we have throw followed by new keyword and whatever the exception you guys wanted to throw it. That's it. Fine. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Whereas throws is you are supposed to always use with your method signature itself. So why do I use this throws keyword? Okay, in my set of the code, I feel these are the different kinds of exception that is going to occur. Right? At that time, you can specify any number of exceptions separated by comma. You can have arithmetic or generalized exception, anything you can have. Go through the next ones and try few examples so that you guys will be clear. If you want, I'll share the code. Yesterday you received a code of abstract.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
At least tried few things, made some alteration to that. You received, but after
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
did you try something?
I tried same.
Okay, just tried. Okay, make some alteration and play around with it. It will be helpful for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, last topic. Briefly, within 5 to 10 minutes, I'll finish it up. User defined exception. After that, we'll complete with the packages. Fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. So, what is an user defined exception? So, we have seen this. What are the different exceptions we saw? Array index out of bound.
Arithmetic. Arithmetic user
Arithmetic
defined
exception.
exceptions.
Yes, there is something called null pointer exception also. For example, if a string has been initialized to a specific value, after that we have just reinitialized to null and we are trying to retrieve that value. That will be a reference is not pointing to anything, right? That will be a null pointer. That is also an exception is there, null pointer exception. There are various kinds. Please do go through the next details. So now user wants to create an exception of his own for a specific task or a specific situation. At that time, you can define your own exception. Fine? So how do you make any class or how do you define the user exception is class key, you'll be defining a regular class, so much is no doubt. Class followed by a class name. Class name is user defined exception, right?
Yes.
After that, you have to extend the exception.
Yes.
Fine. Any class can be a user defined class or a user defined exception, or it can be made as a user defined exception by extending the exception class. This is the first point. Any normal class, if that class is extending an exception, that you can use it as a user defined exception or a method in which you can play around or you can customize it accordingly. Fine, the first point is clear. Should I repeat it?
Clear, ma'am.
Okay. So I have made this user defined exception as exception class now. Why? By extending the exception. This is the only reason why my user defined exception has become my exception class now. Now I have to provide a constructor. This constructor has to be, this is a constructor, right? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is accepting a parameter, single parameter of the type string.
String.
So you'll be having a public constructor within the user defined exception and you'll be passing the string message. This can be anything, MSG or E, anything. That is just an reference you're creating. After that, you have to override the superclass method. So if you just go to the superclass, we have an exception, right? By default, there will be a set of message. In order to override that, I am calling it, or I want my superclass to deal with the details. Fine?
Yes.
That's it. So once you define with this, whatever the message I'm specifying, I can play it around with. This, don't worry much about this because it is excluded. Just for your reference, I just said there is something called customized exception or a user defined exception where a user can create their own exception and provide their own messages. Here I'm throw new user defined exception. So it will be like, it will be navigating to user defined exception. So I can say user defined exception. This is a class which has extended your exception. Hence, this will be your exception class in which you are supposed to have a public constructor which will accept a string message. Hence, just call your superclass constructor. That's it. Fine. Okay, we'll move to the next one, package.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, package. What is a package? Can anyone tell me? What is a package?
Kind of folder.
Okay, here in program using Java part 2, how many packages do we have?
3, ma'am.
Java part.
3 packages, ma'am.
3 packages.
Is there, ma'am? Com.infi day 3, day 4.
Okay, so I will give a task to you now. So create a package called com.infi.package1 and com.infi.package2. Fine. How many packages you guys are going to create?
2 packages.
Within which you will be having two respective classes. One is an employee class, within which you will be having one field called employee name and a display function.
Okay.
Right? After that, you will be having a tester class within which you'll be having a main. Okay?
Okay.
In your second package, you'll be having a tester and you'll be having a trainee, which is going to extend your employee, which means you have to import your class.
Yes.
Right?
Package.
That also we have seen an example, import, how to
Yes.
import a class, and in that class, how to import a specific method also.
Yes.
Import class name dot star. If you just give like this, import. If something specified like this, what will be the situation? Can you explain this? Meta character.
All the contents in
The
that.
contents in from
Complete
the
detail
particular.
will be available. Let me consider in my class name, I have a method called display or let's say add. So what it will be specifying, only import that specific details, right?
Yes.
ma'am.
According to your requirement, according to the given question, please try to implement this. So you have to, whatever the details you want to import from the package 1, import it to your package 2 and try to display it. So there are two classes in your package 2, that is tester and trainee, which is going to extend your employee, in which you will be performing the functionality. Fine, could you try this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
10 minutes is enough?
Ma'am, can you show your screen once? Ma'am?
Just a moment. Yes.
Ma'am, for importing package here in the inside package 2, trainee extends employee, it means that we are extending a class from package 1.
Yes. So accordingly, you have to name the class as public private so that it is accessible within the subclass. So you have to decide whether it should be default public or private.
Okay.
Done? If you are requesting to go through the topic once and then do the assignment, okay, we'll just brief it about package first. Yes. Respond, please.
Sure.
Day 1, the response was very high. Day by day, it is decreasing. One day, it will be 0, I think.
No, ma'am. The topics were getting confused, and I just want to go with the topics first by myself.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Just give me a moment. Okay, so what is the need of package, first of all? Why a package is needed? Why should we create a package? So in library, if you consider why organizing the books is needed. Ease of access?
Yes.
Yes.
Right, if it is not like alphabetically or subject wise or branch wise, we would go crazy, right? Searching the books in library.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Similar to that, in order to organize the respective details within one folder or one package, that will be easy to understand or easy to access. For example, in your future, you'll be dealing with different layers. We have application layer, service layer, presentation layer, and so on. So whatever the codes you guys are writing, if you create a package and then like the naming convention has to be followed. If you're naming like if you see in the Eclipse, I have named day 1, day 2, day 3. It will be easy to access, right? Or everything, if I put it in the same thing, whether it will be easy, which will be the easier one? Organizing will be better, right?
Yes.
So similarly, depending on whatever the situation you have, if you're dealing with, let's say, application layer, followed by your service and your presentation layer, accordingly, you'll be creating a package with the respective name so that it will be easy to access for you. Okay, that is the main reason for your package. Fine. We use the modular approach. What do you mean by modular approach?
Dividing big projects into modules, several phases.
Exactly. So whatever the related classes and interfaces are there, that will be grouping together or section wise or a module wise we are dealing. Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. If, for example, if we take the online food delivery app, so there are different functionalities. So order is one section, and your UI part will be different section, and the backend will be different section. Accordingly, you will be dividing into different sections in which you will be having your different classes and interfaces, whichever are related to one specific functionalities. Let's say order or the food list. We'll be accordingly arranging it. So similar details like class and interfaces will be grouped together into one place or one folder. That is called a package. Fine?
Okay, ma'am.
It is nothing but it is a mechanism of grouping the similar types of classes and interface. In order to avoid your naming collision, this will be the best advantages. There are few advantages. Modularizing is nothing but module wise we are comparing with the real life. Most at end of the day you are learning Java, everything after your training you'll be put into production and you'll be working on real life projects, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
In which you will be having hundreds and thousands of classes and files. If you mess around, you cannot fix anything. So that is where you'll be using your package. Module wise, you'll be sorting out. It will be easy to access. If I say UI, you directly go into the package called com.infi.user interface. So I will get whatever the related class I have there. That will be better, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's it. And reusability, obviously, the OOP concept is all about inheriting, reusing things. Can we reuse it if using your access specifiers or modifiers, we can reuse the code, right? If already it is existing, just use it. Like we have seen in food app, the name of the user, first name, middle name, last name. If it is already existing, just use it or the food name. I can use it as an array or aggregation, association. The combination of that, you can use it, right? And third one is we have this name conflict. So let me consider within the same package, if I have two class called order, that is nothing but a conflict, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have to give a better naming convention. If within a order package, I have a food class, so how do I betterly write it? So it will be very easy for you in order to avoid this naming conflict. And controlled access, how can I say it has a controlled access? By using your protected and default specifiers, right? So what do you mean by protected and what do you mean by default access specifiers?
I mean, protected we can access child means a child class can access the parents members in a different package.
Okay, what about in default?
In default, only access within the particular package.
Exactly. So depending on whatever your requirement is, you can make a specific class has a default or protected, right? We can do that, right? I don't want anyone else to retrieve the details present in my class or inherit the features. You can play around, you have many specifiers, right? Exactly. So protected members are accessible by the classes in the same package and its subclass. That's it. Protected means members could be accessible within the class and by the subclass. Whereas your default is just accessible by the class within the same package only. You should be aware of this. What is public, private, protected, default. Lastly, we have is encapsulation. The encapsulation is all about your data hiding.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So these are the few advantages you should be aware of it. So different types of packages we have. Something called built-in package and user-defined package. So what are this built-in package? All these days we have seen java.lang, input-output util. Whenever it throws an error while we declare a string or a scanner, we just mouse over it and import the respective things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that will be your built-in packages. So user-defined is nothing but what we are going to create. Different packages in which related classes interface will be present. Fine. Any confusion here? We have two types, built-in, user-defined.
Can you please repeat user-defined package?
User-defined is the one, what are we creating here? This is a package created by user, that is by me, com.infi.day1 and day3 is the second package and day4 is the next package. So in order to organize, if I take up session for the same batch again, it will be easy for me. I'll not write the code again and again, right? I'll just reuse, I'll just show the codes whichever present. Yes?
Ma'am, what does this built-in packages consist of?
It consists of all the supporting environment. For example, if you want to read the input from the user, you are supposed to use a scanner class.
Yes, ma'am.
Scanner sc is equal to, you'll do some operation, right? So in order that should work means we have to import certain details, which is present in java.lang or java.io.util or java.util. Okay, something similar to your printf and scanf has to work. stdio.h should be present in your C.
Yes, ma'am.
Link to that. Built in, it is already provided to you. We are just making use of that.
To perform a specific task.
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am.
So how do you create a package? This we have already seen, package followed by package name. So how do we create in Eclipse the package? How do we create a package? Help me in creating a package.
New
Yes,
and
ma'am. Right
package.
click on
Yeah, that's it. Package.
New and package.
Fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Package keyword followed by the package name. Name could be anything. There is no restriction on that. Within this package, whatever I am declaring the method or whatever the details that will be present. So depending on default, protected, however your class methods is operating, accordingly you can play around with it, whether it is accessible within the package, outside the package, so forth details. Okay, we have import. This is what I have asked you to implement it using import. It is taking a while. We'll wait.
Is there any naming convention for giving the package name, ma'am?
Yes, usually we follow the lowercase itself. If you see here, most of the things package will be like, okay, please don't follow this rule. It will be most of the time. Lowercase will follow it. com.infi. Okay, com.infi.day1, day2, day3, you can do it. While creating a package only, it will just give you, I think. Let's try to create one more package here. If I try to give it within D5, a package name by converting themes usually starts with a lowercase. Can you see here?
Yes, ma'am.
It is giving some suggestion to follow it, so it is better just follow it. D4 or D5, anything like that, you can just create it. Fine. Next we have is import. This is what I asked you guys to implement it. Import is a keyword followed by a package name, dot operator, then star, that is a meta character which specifies within a given package whatever data is present that I am accessing within one more package. Fine, it is star is nothing but your meta character which matches everything. Yes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me consider in one situation, I just want only one class to include or only one specific class to be imported. At that time, how will I use it? Import keyword followed by a package name, dot operator, then your class name. Only one class. I don't want complete package to be imported. I just want one single class. Fine?
Yes, ma'am.
This is something called as fully qualified name. Package name dot class name will specify, right? That is called as fully qualified name. Fine. Okay. Let me consider within package one. Please do make sure that package should be the first line in any of the program you're writing. If I go back to Eclipse, do I have a package day 3 is there, right? Can I write it somewhere here? Yes, it is allowing me.
No, ma'am.
It should be the very first line. Please, that is also one of the key points. Do remember that. We have a package. The same example I have asked you to implement. Package 1, you have an employee, you have a display and employee name. Again, you have a tester. So within package, I have two class now. That is employee and tester, right?
Yes.
I have package 2. I am having a tester within which I have the main and one more called trainee. Whenever I'm extending employee, I want only employee class to be implemented. Hence, package name. Package name is package 1. Dot is an operator to access the details present within that package. After that, I am giving the class name. Fully qualified? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So I import it and accordingly implement the details. That's it. So pictorial representation also they have given. Package 1, you have two class, employee and tester. Within package 2, tester and trainee. Done?
Ma'am,
Yes.
in some different IDs like IntelliJ, they use instead of package, they sometimes use keywords like using or modules. Does that mean same?
Yes,
Those are also
exactly.
for using packages, using
Yes.
and module. Okay. So in Eclipse we use package.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is very important if you remember this box so that you have understood certain things. So it is nothing but your modifier specified private, public, protected, in which it is allowed in a same package subclass. Just go through this once. Fine. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, protected, no need to repeat again. Whenever we specify protected, the same details they have repeated it within the class in the subclass, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we have a summary, that's it. We have a quiz, you guys are supposed to take it up. Now complete that. Task. 10 minutes. Done? Could it be implemented?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone complete it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please share your screen. Okay.
Visible?
Yes, yes.
Just employee class and then tester.
Okay, fine. Good one. Any others?
Ma'am, share my screen.
Yes, please share the screen. Okay, your trainee details, fine. Okay. And the output? Yes, good one. Jayaraman. Any others? Tripti is still doing?
Yes, ma'am, I'm doing.
Okay, try completing it. Others?
Screen is visible?
Yes. Okay, employee name, fine. You're calling the display. Can you show the display method? Okay. Fine. Shubham completed? You are there in this session, Shubham? Pawan Kumar completed? Just logged in the session, that's it. We'll take 2 more screen share and then we'll go for lunch break. Done? Anyone have completed? Amrita, Trupti still trying to fix things?
Yes, ma'am. Give me 2 minutes.
Okay.
Ma'am, can I share?
Yes, please.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is shared. You have created only one class within a specific package. I said to create 2 packages, right?
2 pack.
So 2 package, within 2 package, you have two classes.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, you're getting it. Just as per the question, you have to do it, right? There are 2 classes. Fine. In individual package.
Okay.
Anyone completed? Last year?
Ma'am, can I share my screen?
Yes, please. Okay. Within your package 2, only trainee class is there?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I asked only 1 or 2?
Ma'am, I have 2 class in package 1, that is
Okay.
employee and tester, and in package 2 I have trainee. Do I have to create tester in package 2 also?
Yes, whatever as per the question paper you are supposed to implement, right? You are getting the output, that is fine, but you are supposed to follow the set of rules.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, guys, you can go for a break till 2:30. Okay, break till 2:30. After that, Sanjana will be providing you some very valuable information. Please be on time. Done?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.